Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Dawn broke over the gentle hills of the Shire, like honey spilling from a tilted jar, sweet and golden. The peaceful rhythm of hobbit life continued uninterrupted in its cheerful simplicity. Gardens were tended, meals were prepared, pipes were smoked, and gossip exchanged. None noticed the peculiar shadow that briefly dimmed the morning sun, nor the subtle displacement of air that might have signaled the passing of great wings high above their thatched roofs. None, that is, except Bilbo Baggins, who happened to be gazing skyward at precisely the right moment from his garden bench at Bag End. His eyes widened as the massive silhouette banked against the clouds far too large for any bird, moving with a grace that belied its tremendous size. The hobbit blinked, wondering if perhaps his eyes were playing tricks, but when he looked again, the shape had vanished beyond the eastern hills. "Well, that's curious," he murmured to himself, turning back to his morning tea only to find Gandalf standing at his garden gate, the wizard's expression unusually grave beneath the brim of his pointed hat. "I see you observed our visitor," Gandalf said without preamble, his voice pitched low despite there being no one else nearby to hear. Bilbo nearly spilled his tea. "Gandalf, must you always appear as if conjured by a stray thought? And what visitor? I merely saw. Well, I'm not entirely certain what I saw." The wizard's eyes crinkled slightly at the corners, the closest thing to a smile Bilbo had seen from him in weeks. "What you saw, my dear hobbit, was Aurelian, the last of the golden dragons, and if my suspicions are correct, he circles back even now, preparing to land." Land? Here? Bilbo leapt to his feet, scanning the skies with a mixture of terror and fascination. A dragon in the Shire? Gandalf, the panic will be considerable, the wizard agreed calmly, unless we intercept him before he makes his presence known to your neighbors. Come, quickly now. Without further explanation, Gandalf strode away, his long legs carrying him swiftly toward the east woods. Bilbo hesitated only long enough to set down his teacup before hurrying after the wizard, his shorter legs pumping to keep pace. They reached a secluded meadow just as a tremendous shadow fell across it. The air compressed suddenly, forcing Bilbo to swallow to relieve the pressure in his ears. Then, with a sound like great sails catching wind, a creature of impossible majesty descended from the sky. The dragon Aurelian settled onto the meadow with surprising delicacy, each movement deliberate and precise. Unlike Smaug, whose scales had been deep crimson, Aurelian's were the color of sunlight striking polished metallic gold, so pure it seemed to generate its own inner radiance. His eyes, like massive opals, contained shifting galaxies of color that changed with each subtle turn of his enormous head. "Mithrandir," the dragon rumbled, inclining his head slightly toward Gandalf. His voice resonated not merely through the air, but seemed to vibrate through the ground beneath their feet. "It has been some time. 372 years by my counting," Gandalf replied with a slight bow. "Not since the last conclave at Ered Mithrin. You have grown magnificent in the intervening years, Aurelian." The dragon's scales rippled in what Bilbo somehow recognized as the draconic equivalent of preening. "And you remain unchanged, as is the way of your kind." Those galaxy-filled eyes shifted to Bilbo, who fought the urge to step behind the wizard. "This is the halfling of whom you've spoken, the one who faced the deceiver of the Lonely Mountain?" "Indeed," Gandalf said, placing a reassuring hand on Bilbo's shoulder. "May I present Bilbo Baggins, Master of Bag End, Ring Finder, and one of the few mortals to face a dragon and survive the encounter." Technically, Bilbo found himself saying, despite his dry mouth, "I never actually saw Smaug until he was already flying toward Lake Town. Our conversations were conducted in, relative darkness." A sound like boulders tumbling down a mountainside emanated from the golden dragon LOTR. Bilbo realized with shock. Honesty? Aurelian rumbled approvingly. Rare among the younger races, and precisely what is needed now. His massive head lowered until one great opal eye was level with Bilbo's face. I have come to request your service, small one, as a mediator of unimpeachable neutrality. Mediator? Bilbo squeaked. Between whom? The dragon's gaze shifted back to Gandalf. The first conclave of dragons in 7,000 years has been called. 5 ancient bloodlines will gather at the Crystal Mountain to determine whether our long pact of non-interference shall be maintained or broken. Gandalf's bushy eyebrows rose dramatically. After so long, what could possibly... The growing darkness in the east does not go unnoticed by my kind, Mithrandir, Aurelian interrupted. Some believe the time has come for dragonkind to choose sides in the conflicts of Middle-earth once more. Others insist we must maintain our isolation. The debate has grown, heated. His massive eyes blinked slowly. We require an impartial witness, one without allegiance to any dragon bloodline, one who has faced our kind, yet harbours no inherent hatred. Me? Bilbo's voice cracked. But surely Gandalf would be better suited. Mithrandir is known to us, Aurelian said, with a ripple of scales that suggested ambivalence. His impartiality is questionable. But you, small one, you represent the most vulnerable of the free peoples. If the dragons go to war, it is your kind who will suffer most. Your perspective holds value precisely because of your stature. Bilbo glanced at Gandalf, who nodded almost imperceptibly. When would this conclave take place? Now, Aurelian replied simply. The others already gather. We must make haste. And before Bilbo could formulate a proper objection, the meadow, the Shire, and all the comfortable certainties of his life fell away beneath the powerful beats of golden wings. The Crystal Mountain lived up to its name. Unlike the stark granite peaks of the Misty Mountains or the forbidding darkness of Erebor, this solitary spire gleamed as if carved from a single massive gemstone. Facets large as castle walls caught the sunlight and fractured it into rainbows that danced across the clouds. No paths led to its summit. No mortal feet had ever trodden upon its glittering slopes. From his somewhat precarious position on Aurelian's broad neck, Bilbo marvelled at the sight. Behind him, Gandalf, who had summoned his own transportation in the form of Gwaihir, Lord of the Great Eagles, murmured something in a language the hobbit didn't recognize, words that seemed to shift the very air around them, creating a bubble of warmth against the frigid, high-altitude winds. The Crystal Eyrie lies just ahead, Aurelian announced as they circled the mountain's peak. Prepare yourselves. Dragons are not known for their diplomatic temperaments. The Eyrie proved to be an enormous amphitheatre carved into the mountain's crowner-perfect circle of crystalline terraces, descending to a central platform. 4 enormous dragons already occupied the outermost terraces, each positioned at a cardinal direction, each as distinct from the others as different species. To the north perched a dragon whose scales resembled frost-covered iron, his breath visibly steaming in the cold air despite the warmth of the day. To the east rested a sinuous serpentine dragon with scales like polished jade and 4 sets of delicate legs ending in talons that constantly kneaded the crystal beneath them. The southern position was held by a dragon, whose scales shifted between orange and deepest black, like cooling lava with the fire still visible beneath. And to the west, nearly invisible against the crystal backdrop, a dragon of opalescent white observed their arrival with eyes like chips of blue ice. Aurelian settled on the western terrace beside the white dragon, who shifted with obvious reluctance to make space. Gwaihir delivered Gandalf to the central platform before departing with a cry that echoed across the mountain peaks. "The Golden One brings mortals to our most sacred place," hissed the frost. Scaled northern dragon, his voice like ice cracking in deep winter. "The old ways fall further with each passing age." "Peace, Nivalis," rumbled the volcanic southern dragon. "The Grey Pilgrim is no ordinary mortal, as well you know. And the small one, well, his purpose will be revealed in due course. Let Aurelian explain himself," suggested the jade dragon from the east, her voice melodious despite its volume. Before we begin trading accusations, all eyes turned to the golden dragon, who had arranged himself with deliberate dignity. "Esteemed kin of scale and flame," he began formally, "I present Mithrandir, known to mortals as Gandalf the Grey, witness to the last conclave, and Bilbo Baggins of the Shire, who has agreed to serve as neutral observer for our proceedings." The white dragon beside him made a sound suspiciously like a snort. A halfling as witness to the greatest gathering of dragons since the Elder Days? The Golden Bloodline's eccentricity knows no bounds. Would you prefer one of the Eldar, Luminara? Aurelian's voice remained calm, but Bilbo felt the muscles beneath his scales tense. Perhaps a dwarf? Or shall we invite the steward of Gondor to record our deliberations? Enough, growled a new voice deeper, older, and somehow more substantial than those of the other dragons. From the shadows of the central terraces emerged a fifth dragon, so ancient that his scales had faded from whatever colour they once were to the burnished hue of old parchment. His wings, tattered along their edges, bore the scars of countless battles. His eyes, however, burned with an inner fire that belied his apparent age. Cronosus, Gandalf breathed, and Bilbo was startled to hear genuine awe in the wizard's voice. Elder of Elders. Mithrandir, the ancient dragon acknowledged with a slight dip of his massive head. You have aged well for a mortal form. His gaze shifted to Bilbo with surprising gentleness. And young Master Baggins, your reputation precedes you, small though you may be. Bilbo managed a wobbly bow. I'm honoured, though I confess I don't entirely understand why I'm here. Because dragons lie, Master Baggins, Cronosus said simply, even to ourselves, especially to ourselves. But we find it challenging to deceive those who have no stake in our internal politics. You are here to listen, to question, and to speak truth back to power a rare gift indeed. The ancient dragon settled himself at the center of the platform, his faded scales catching the light in unexpected ways. Now, let us begin. The five bloodlines gather for the first time in 7 millennia to address the growing shadow in the east, and to determine whether our ancient pact of non-interference shall stand or fall. What followed was unlike anything Bilbo had ever experienced. The dragons debated in multiple languages, sometimes switching mid-sentence between the common tongue and their own rumbling musical speech. They argued about ancient history events that had transpired before elves walked beneath the stars, grievances nursed over millennia, alliances formed and betrayed when the world was young. Gandalf occasionally translated quieter exchanges for Bilbo's benefit, but mostly the hobbit found himself watching, rather than observing the subtle shifts of massive bodies, the flaring of nostrils, the tension in coiled tails that betrayed emotions the dragons thought hidden. As the shadows lengthened, servants appeared, smaller dragons no larger than horses, bearing massive crystal vessels filled with some steaming liquid that the great dragons consumed with obvious relish. When one such attendant approached Bilbo and Gandalf with smaller cups of the same beverage, the hobbit accepted with murmured thanks. "Don't drink it," whispered a voice behind him. Bilbo turned to find another of the smaller dragons regarding him intently. Unlike the uniformed attendants, this one wore no harness or insignia. Her scales shimmered with an unusual iridescency, neither the pure gold of Aurelian, nor the single hues of the other bloodlines, but a complex interplay of colours that shifted as she moved. "The drink is not poisoned," she continued in a low voice, "but it is brewed for dragon constitutions. It would give you visions for a week, and tremors for a month." "Thank you for the warning," Bilbo whispered back, surreptitiously setting down his cup. "Miss Syrax," she supplied, her multifaceted eyes remarkably similar to Aurelian's, darting nervously toward the great dragons, who continued their heated debate. "And you should know that Cronosus is in danger. There are those who do not wish this conclave to succeed." Before Bilbo could ask her to elaborate, the ancient dragon in question suddenly stiffened. His wings extended to their full span, trembling violently. A terrible wheezing sound emerged from his throat as his eyes rolled back, showing only whites. "Cronosus!" Nivalis roared, frost billowing from his nostrils. "What ails you, Elder?" "Poison," hissed Luminara, the white dragon, her head swiveling accusingly toward Aurelian. "The Golden One brings outsiders to our sacred meeting, and now the Elder falls ill." Chaos erupted as accusations flew between the great dragons. Only Gandalf maintained his composure, rushing to the ancient dragon's side and placing his hands on the trembling scales. Words of power rolled from the wizard's lips as blue light emanated from his palms. "He's trying to stabilize him," Syrax explained to a bewildered Bilbo, "but it won't be enough. The poison is ancient brewed from the venom of shadow drakes who haven't existed since the First Age." "How do you know this?" Bilbo asked sharply. The young dragon's eyes darted away. Because I recognized its scent. My mother was lawkeeper before she was cast out for. She hesitated. For choosing a mate from another bloodline. Understanding dawned on Bilbo. You're of mixed heritage. That's why your scales show colors from different bloodlines. Syrax nodded miserably. Neither golden nor white, neither fire nor frost. I am permitted to serve at the Eyrie, but never to speak in the conclave. Her eyes hardened with sudden determination. But I know things. Important things. The poison used on Cronosus comes from the private reserves of the White-Scaled One. Luminara? Bilbo glanced at the white dragon, who was now loudly proclaiming Aurelian's treachery to the others. But why would she? Because she doesn't fear the darkness in the east, Syrax whispered urgently. She courts it. Her bloodline has been promised dominion over the western lands when the shadow spreads. But she needed to prevent the conclave from uniting against it. The pieces clicked into place in Bilbo's mind. With a courage born of necessity rather than foolhardiness, he strode directly into the center of the quarreling dragons, his voice cutting through their thunderous accusations with surprising clarity. "Enough!" he shouted, stamping his furry foot against the crystal floor. The absurdity of a halfling commanding silence from 5 ancient drakes was apparently shocking enough to achieve exactly that. While you bicker like fledglings, Bilbo continued into the startled silence. Your elder dies, and a traitor goes unchallenged. What could a halfling know of our ways? Luminara demanded, though Bilbo didn't miss the flicker of unease in her ice-blue eyes. I know that shadow drake venom hasn't been seen in Middle-earth since the First Age, Bilbo replied steadily. I know that only one bloodline maintained a private reserve of such substances, collected from the days when your kind still served the enemy. Gandalf's head snapped up from his ministrations to the fallen elder, his eyes widening as he followed Bilbo's reasoning. I know, the hobbit continued, gaining confidence, that someone fears your unity more than they fear the growing shadow. Someone who has already chosen sides in a war you're supposedly here to discuss entering. All eyes turned to Luminara, whose scales seemed to lose some of their luster under the collective gaze. Preposterous, she hissed, though her tail lashed with obvious agitation. The halfling spins tales to distract from his master's guilt. I serve no dragon, Bilbo interrupted firmly. I came as an impartial witness, and I witness now the guilt in your every movement. You cannot lie to me, White One. I have no stake in your politics, remember? The jade dragon from the east moved with surprising speed, positioning herself between Luminara and the nearest exit. Is this true, Luminara? Have you treated with the darkness? The white dragon's demeanor changed in an instant from defensive dignity to cold calculation. The age of hiding is over, she declared. The shadows will spread across all lands. Better to secure our place in the new order than to perish clinging to outdated neutrality. Treason, rumbled the volcanic southern dragon, smoke curling from his nostrils. Pragmatism, Luminara countered. The dragons could rule again, as we did in the elder days. No more hiding in remote mountains, no more dwindling numbers, no more fading into myth and legend. During this exchange, Bilbo noticed Gandalf and Syrax bent over the stricken Cronosus, the young dragon apparently providing information while the wizard worked his healing magic. A faint glow had begun to emanate from the ancient dragon's scales. There will be no ruling from the shadows, Aurelian declared, his golden scales blazing with inner light as his anger mounted. There will be only servitude, as there was before. Have you learned nothing from our history? Whatever Luminara might have replied was interrupted by a sound like cracking ice. All eyes turned to Cronosus, whose body had begun to emit light from between his scaliza radiance that grew until it was painful to look upon directly. Gandalf stepped back, his face grave but satisfied. The poison is expelled. The Elder lives. The ancient dragon rose to his full height, more impressive than Bilbo had initially realized. His faded scales now shimmered with renewed vitality, and the fire in his eyes burned with an intensity that made even the other great dragons shrink back. Luminara of the White Peak, Cronosus intoned, his voice reverberating with power that seemed to shake the very mountain. You have broken our most sacred covenant. You have treated with the enemy. You have attempted to murder an elder at conclave. His wings unfurled to their full, imposing span. What say you in your defense? The white dragon's confidence faltered visibly. Conclave was called to determine whether dragons should intervene in the coming conflicts of Middle-earth. Luminara has given us our answer through her actions. And what answer is that? asked the Jade Dragon. That we are not yet wise enough to wield our power responsibly in the affairs of other races, Cronosus replied solemnly. Our isolation was never a punishment, but a necessity for the world's protection and our own moral development. He lowered his massive head until his ancient eyes were level with Bilbo's. It took a halfling, the least powerful free being in Middle-earth, by most reckonings to show us the truth of ourselves. Perhaps in another age, when we have learned the wisdom that comes from humility rather than power, dragonkind will be ready to rejoin the world. As Gwaihir carried Bilbo and Gandalf away from the Crystal Mountain, the Hobbit watched 5 great shapes disperse to the Windsfor, returning to their respective territories, while Luminara, stripped of her status, was escorted into exile by dragons from each bloodline. Syrax had remained behind, her status elevated by Cronosus himself to Voice of the Mixed Bloods, a newly created position that recognized the value of perspectives that bridged the ancient divisions. Will they really stay neutral in what's coming? Bilbo asked Gandalf, raising his voice against the rushing wind. The wizard was silent for a long moment, his eyes distant with thoughts that spanned ages. Officially, yes, the dragons will maintain their ancient pact. A small, enigmatic smile crossed his weathered face. But I suspect certain individuals, those who recognize that true wisdom sometimes comes in the smallest packages, may find subtle ways to aid the cause of light in the dark days ahead. Beneath them, the world spread out in a patchwork of forests, fields, and mountains, a tapestry of lands and peoples, unaware of how close they had come to facing the return of dragons to the field of war. Thanks to one hobbit's unexpected insight, that particular doom had been averted. For now. Story 2. The first storm came at midsummer, when the skies of the free lands should have been clear as polished sapphire. It appeared not as a natural tempest born of wind and water, but as a swirling maelstrom of colours that had no place in mortal skies, violent purples edged with silver, ominous greens that pulsed like heartbeats, and at its core, a darkness deeper than the void between stars. Lightning struck in perfect geometric patterns, carving ancient symbols into the scorched earth below. Rain fell upward, defying nature's most fundamental laws, and when the storm passed, it left behind not mere destruction, but transformation. Ordinary fields transmuted to glass, animals speaking in forgotten tongues, children with eyes that reflected landscapes from other worlds. By the third such storm, fear gripped the free lands like a physical presence, choking hope and breeding suspicion that spread from village to village faster than any plague. From the high window of his temporary sanctuary in the White Tower of Eriador, Gandalf the Grey watched the latest tempest ravaging the distant plains. His weathered hands gripped the stone windowsill, knuckles whitening as another impossible bolt of lightning split the sky, this one spiraling like a corkscrew before striking the same spot 7 times in succession. Not natural, he murmured to himself, eyes narrowing beneath bushy brows. Not natural at all. The heavy oak door behind him crashed open without ceremony, admitting a man whose opulent attire, velvet robes trimmed with gold thread, fingers laden with jeweled rings, stood in stark contrast to the wizard's travel-worn grey garments. Lord Varian, Gandalf acknowledged without turning from the window. I expected you sooner. Don't play coy with me, wizard, Varian spat, his handsome face contorted with barely controlled rage. This is your doing, you and your accursed White Council, meddling with forces beyond your understanding. Now Gandalf turned, one eyebrow raised in mild surprise. My doing? You believe we conjure these storms? To what purpose, Lord Varian? The devastation of crops we ourselves depend upon. The terrorizing of people we are sworn to protect. To remind us of your power, Varian replied without hesitation. To keep the free peoples dependent on your protection. He invested the final word with such venom that it became an accusation. Gandalf sighed deeply, the weight of centuries momentarily visible in the slump of his shoulders. Sit down, Varian, please. Something in the wizard's tone, perhaps the rare note of genuine weariness, gave the Lord pause. He hesitated, then claimed the chair farthest from Gandalf, perching on its edge like a bird ready for flight. These storms are not of our making, Gandalf continued once Varian was seated. Indeed, they concern the Council greatly. They bear patterns of magic far older than our Order magic that should be inaccessible in this age. What are you saying? Varian's anger remained, but curiosity now threaded through it. I believe the Chalice of Storms has been removed from its sanctuary. The pronouncement hung in the air between them. Even Varian, no scholar of ancient lore, paled at the words. The chalice is a myth, he protested, but weakly. A children's tale. Many myths are history softened for gentle minds, Gandalf replied. The chalice is quite real. It was forged in the First Age from metals not found in Middle-earth. Its purpose to maintain balance between the elemental planes and our own. For millennia, it has rested in a hidden sanctuary high in the weathered mountains, guarded by enchantments laid by the Astari themselves. And now someone has taken it, Varian concluded, his anger giving way to growing dread. Who would have such power? Such knowledge? That, said Gandalf grimly, is what I intend to discover. Frosleep eluded the wizard that night. His mind turned ceaselessly, examining and discarding theories about who might have taken the chalice and to what purpose. It would require knowledge few possessed, power fewer still commanded, and access to secrets buried so deeply that even most of the White Council had forgotten them. A soft scraping at his balcony startled him from his reverie. Gandalf rose silently, staff in hand, blue light already gathering at its tip as he approached the gauzy curtains billowing in the night breeze. "I wouldn't," said a woman's voice from the shadows. "The wards you've set would alert the entire tower, and I prefer this conversation remains between us." "Then perhaps you should have used the door," Gandalf replied dryly, though he lowered his staff slightly. "Show yourself." A slender figure emerged from the darkness, a young woman with raven hair, cropped short against her neck and eyes, the deep blue of twilight skies. Her clothes were practical leather and wool, unmarked by any house sigil, yet something in the proud angle of her chin reminded Gandalf immediately of Lord Varian. "Ilaria," he said, recognition dawning. "Lord Varian's daughter. The court believes you dead these 3 years past." "The court believes what my father tells them to believe," she replied with a hint of bitterness. "I found it more convenient to be thought dead than to endure his attempts to marry me to whichever ally most benefited his ambitions that month." Gandalf gestured toward a chair. "And what brings Varian's not-so-dead daughter climbing through my window in the dead of night?" "Information about the Chalice of Storms." She remained standing, eyes fixed on his. "I know who took it, and why." The wizard's bushy eyebrows shot upward. "Indeed? And how would you come by such knowledge, my lady?" A smile ghosted across her face as she extended her hand, palm upward. A small flame appeared there, not the orange-red of normal fire, but a swirling blue-green that illuminated her face with its unearthly light. "Because I've spent the last 3 years studying elemental magic with the same person who helped them take it," she said simply. "My former master, Aethrin Windcaller." Omdorn found Gandalf and Ilaria already miles from the White Tower, following a narrow mountain path known to few save the wizard himself. The young woman kept pace with him easily, belying her noble upbringing with the sure-footedness of one accustomed to difficult terrain. "Tell me of Aethrin," Gandalf prompted as they navigated a particularly treacherous section of the trail, sheer cliff face to their right, dizzying drop to their left. "He found me shortly after I fled my father's house," Ilaria replied, voice carefully neutral. "Or perhaps I found him. He appeared when I was at my most desperate, cold, hungry, afraid. He offered knowledge, purpose, power." She glanced sideways at the wizard. "Things my father's world denied me because I was born female. And in exchange, my assistance in his research. He studies the boundaries between our plane and the elemental realms. For 2 years, I helped him catalogue fluctuations, record observations, collect samples." Her mouth tightened. "I didn't realize he was mapping weak points for a purpose beyond academic interest. When did you discover his true intent?" 3 months ago, when he began gathering others like himself elemental adepts from across the free lands. They spoke of cleansing, of renewal, of returning the world to its primordial state." She shook her head. "They believe mortal races have corrupted the natural order, that we must be washed away, so the elements can reclaim the world." Gandalf's expression darkened. "And the chalice is their means to accomplish this?" "Yes. In its sanctuary, it maintained balance. But in the hands of those who know its secrets, it can be used to summon elemental forces beyond imagining." Her voice dropped. "Aethrin plans to use it to bring forth what he calls the Cosmos Delugia storm that will cover the entire world, transforming it into a new elemental paradise." The path widened, allowing them to walk side by side. Ahead, The mountain peaks pierced the clouds like the spires of some vast, unimaginable castle. "The entrance to the Kingdom of Clouds lies just ahead," Gandalf said, pointing to a narrow fissure in the rock face. "If your former master has indeed taken the chalice there, we face no ordinary opponents. The elemental beings who dwell in that realm are ancient beyond reckoning, their power untempered by mortal constraints." "You fear them," Ilaria observed, surprised. "I respect them," Gandalf corrected, "as one respects a lightning strike or an avalanche. They are not evil merely, unconcerned with the welfare of beings. They consider ephemeral as mayflies." He fixed her with a penetrating gaze. "Why did you come to me with this information, Ilaria? Why betray your master's confidence?" She met his eyes without flinching. "Because I've seen what these storms do to innocent people. Because despite everything, this world is my home. And because..." She hesitated, vulnerability briefly showing through her composed exterior. "Because I wanted to believe the stories about you, that you're different from other powerful men, that you actually care about more than your own ambitions." Gandalf's weathered face softened. "Then let us hope I don't disappoint you. Kingdom of Clouds existed in the space between space neither fully in the mortal realm nor entirely in the elemental planes. Inside the mountain fissure, reality itself seemed to thin, colors becoming more vibrant, sounds acquiring harmonics impossible in the ordinary world. The narrow passage opened suddenly onto a vast expanse where islands of solid matter floated in an endless sky, connected by bridges of pure light, or in some cases, simply hanging in glorious isolation. "It's beautiful," Ilaria breathed, momentarily forgetting their urgent mission. "Beauty and danger often walk hand in hand," Gandalf replied, though he too paused to appreciate the splendor before them. "The elementals value harmony above all else. Remember that." They traversed impossible landscapes, forests where trees grew downward from floating earth, their leaves brushing an ocean that somehow existed above them, fields of crystal flowers that sang in perfect harmony when the light struck them at certain angles, rivers that flowed in complete circles, their waters climbing back upward against gravity to begin the cycle anew. At last they reached what could only be the central citadel, a structure that resembled a palace made entirely of storm clouds, lightning occasionally illuminating its interior like the flashes of some colossal heartbeat. Before its gates stood 7 figures arranged in a perfect circle. 6 were human in appearance, though their eyes glowed with elemental power. The 7th was something else entirely, a being composed of swirling vapor and crackling energy, vaguely humanoid but constantly shifting, its voice when it spoke reminding Gandalf of thunder rolling across distant mountains. "Atherin," Ilaria whispered, indicating the tallest of the human figures. "And the elemental is Tempestus, ruler of this realm." In the center of their circle hovered the object of their search, a chalice that seemed to be carved from a single massive opal, its surface rippling with colors that reflected the emotional state of those who gazed upon it. Even from a distance, Gandalf could feel its power thrumming through the air like the lowest note of a cosmic instrument. "We are too late," he murmured. "The ritual has begun," Aetherin's voice carried to them, amplified by the strange acoustics of the realm. "The chalice recognizes its true purpose at last, no longer constrained to maintain artificial barriers between the planes, no longer forced to suppress the natural order for the comfort of fleeting mortal lives." The elemental being Tempestus extended a vapor-wrought hand toward the chalice. "With this key, we shall unlock the purest expression of cosmic harmony. The deluge will cleanse. The deluge will renew. The deluge will restore what should never have been sundered." "We must stop them," Ilaria said urgently. "Now, before..." But Gandalf laid a restraining hand on her arm. "Wait. Direct confrontation against 7 elemental adepts and an elemental lord in his own realm would be unwise." "Then what? We just watch them destroy our world." The wizard's eyes narrowed in thought. "The chalice responds to intention and belief. It has no inherent alignment, simply amplifies the will of those who command it." He turned to her. "You studied with Atherin. You understand elemental magic in ways I, despite my years, do not. You must approach the circle." "Me?" Ilaria's confident facade cracked. "They'll destroy me the moment I show myself. Atherin will see it as the ultimate betrayal. Perhaps. Or perhaps they will see an opportunity to add your power to theirs." Gandalf's voice gentled. I cannot approach the chalice directly. The wards I helped create centuries ago would recognize me instantly. But you are something new, unexpected. What exactly do you expect me to do? Get close enough to touch the chalice. When you do. He hesitated, then placed his hand on her forehead. Words in a language older than the mountains themselves flowed from his lips as a brief silver light passed from his fingers into her mind. What was that? She gasped when he removed his hand. Knowledge, a fraction of what I possess about the chalice's true nature. His expression was grave. The choice of how to use it will be entirely yours. What choice? The wizard's ancient eyes held hers. The same choice that faces all who encounter great power. To take it for yourself or to use it for others. Come, sir. Ilaria approached the circle openly, her steps measured and calm despite the terror fluttering in her chest. Aethrin was the first to notice her, his handsome face registering shock, then calculation, and finally, a slow, welcoming smile that never reached his eyes. My most promising student returns, he called, gesturing for the others to continue their ritual without him as he stepped away to meet her. Have you reconsidered my offer? I have, she replied, infusing her voice with a conviction she didn't entirely feel. You were right, Master. The world must be cleansed to be reborn. Suspicion flickered across his features. And the wizard who accompanied you here? The one watching from the crystal outcropping even now? She allowed genuine bitterness to color her reply. Another powerful man who thought he knew what was best for everyone, who saw me as a tool rather than an equal. She met Aethrin's gaze steadily. I've had enough of being underestimated. Something in her tone convinced him. He nodded slowly. Then, join us. Your power will strengthen the ritual considerably. He led her to the circle, where the other adepts shuffled to make space for her. Up close, the chalice was even more mesmerizing its opalescent surface, now a swirling storm of colors that moved with purpose and intelligence, as if the object itself were alive and aware. Place your hands upon it, Tempestus instructed, his voice like wind through a mountain pass. Add your intention to ours. See the world cleansed and renewed. Ilaria reached out, her fingertips mere inches from the chalice's rim. In that suspended moment, Gandalf's knowledge unfolded in her mind, like a flower blooming in an instant the chalice's true history. Its purpose not as a weapon, but as a bridge between worlds. Its power to create harmony through understanding rather than destruction. She also saw, with perfect clarity, what would happen if she joined their ritual. Not a cleansing, but an obliteration. Not renewal, but erasure. But she saw something else too, the potential power she herself could wield if she claimed the chalice. Greater than Aethrin's. Greater perhaps than even Gandalf's. The freedom to reshape the world according to her own vision, to punish those who had wronged her, to never again be dismissed or controlled. Her fingers trembled. Choose, whispered a voice that might have been Gandalf's, or might have been the chalice itself. Ilaria closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and placed her hands firmly on the chalice. Power surged through her, raw and intoxicating. The other adepts gasped as the colors within the opal surface suddenly shifted, responding to her will rather than theirs. Even Tempestus drew back, uncertainty rippling through his vaporous form. What are you doing? Aethrin demanded, alarm replacing his earlier confidence. Ilaria didn't answer him. Instead, she spoke directly to the chalice, using the knowledge Gandalf had given her. I see you, she whispered. I see your true purpose. Not division, but connection. Not dominance, but balance. The storm within the opal quieted, colors shifting from violent reds and purples to softer blues and greens. Recognition, somehow, of her understanding. Stop her, Aethrin commanded, but when he tried to wrench Ilaria's hands from the chalice, a pulse of energy threw him backward. The chalice has chosen its vessel, Tempestus observed, his tone unreadable. Ilaria felt the elemental's attention focus on her with the intensity of a storm concentrated to a single point. What would you ask of it, mortal one? Power. Vengeance against those who wronged you? Understanding, she replied, the word emerging with absolute certainty. Show all of us what true harmony looks like. Not the absence of difference, but the celebration of it. Not one element dominating, but all in balance. The chalice pulsed once, brilliant light expanding outward in a perfect sphere that engulfed the entire assembly. When it faded, the landscape around them had transformed. The stormy palace now incorporated aspects of all elemental planisections of earth and stone, flowing water, dancing flames, all existing in perfect balance with the air and lightning that had dominated before. More significantly, Ilaria felt a change in the consciousness of those around her. Not a removal of their convictions, but an expansion of understanding the ability to see beyond their single-minded focus to the broader tapestry of existence. Aethrin stared at his hands as if seeing them for the first time. "I wanted to save the world," he murmured, "but I couldn't see past my own definition of salvation." A common mortal failing, Tempestus noted, but without the contempt that had previously edged his words, and not unknown among my kind as well. The elemental lord turned to Ilaria, bowing with surprising grace for a being composed of storm. "The chalice has judged wisely in selecting you, Ilaria of the Free Lands. You will return it to its sanctuary, but henceforth you shall serve as its voice among both mortal and elemental realms." "I'm not worthy of such a responsibility," she protested. "No one is," came Gandalf's voice, as the wizard finally approached the circle, his earlier caution replaced by quiet pride. "That's precisely why you're the right choice. Those who believe themselves worthy of great power are rarely those who should wield it." As they departed the Kingdom of Clouds, the chalice secure once more, and the elemental storms already subsiding across the Free Lands, Ilaria found herself walking beside the wizard who had trusted her with the fate of two worlds. "How did you know I would choose correctly?" she asked. Gandalf's eyes twinkled beneath bushy brows. "I didn't, but I hoped. And sometimes, my dear, hope is the most powerful magic of all." Story 3. Deep within the embrace of the misty mountains, where ancient stone wore the scars of time like badges of honor, a disturbance rippled through the arcane currents that only the most sensitive of magical beings could detect. Like a discordant note in an otherwise perfect symphony, it pulled at Gandalf's consciousness, interrupting his contemplation of the night sky outside Bilbo Baggins's comfortable hobbit hole. The wizard's eyes narrowed as he traced the invisible threads of power with his mind lines of ancient magic that had flowed undisturbed through the mountains for millennia. Someone or something was tampering with forces beyond mortal understanding, forces that had lain dormant since the dwarves of old abandoned their greatest kingdom. "Khazad-dûr stirs," he murmured to himself, the name itself seeming to echo with the ring of hammer on anvil, of delved halls and mined treasures now lost to darkness and time. "Did you say something, Gandalf?" Bilbo appeared at his side, offering a freshly filled pipe. The wizard accepted it absently, his thoughts still tracing the disturbed lines of power. "Tell me, Bilbo," he said after a thoughtful pause, "have you ever heard tales of Khazad-dûr, greatest of all dwarf kingdoms?" "Only fragments," the hobbit admitted. "Songs of mithril and gems beyond counting, of halls carved so vast that entire forests could grow within them. But it fell, didn't it? Some terrible calamity." "So the stories say," Gandalf interrupted, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "But not all stories tell the whole truth, and some truths are deliberately obscured." The wizard's gaze turned eastward, toward the distant silhouette of mountains against the star-strewn sky. "Something awakens in those ancient halls, Bilbo. Something that should remain sleeping." The hobbit recognized the particular glint in his friend's eye, the harbinger of imminent adventure. "You're going there, aren't you?" Gandalf nodded slowly. "I must. The disturbance in the arcane flows suggests someone is mining stellar metal, a rare substance that absorbs and channels magical energy. In the wrong hands, it could upset the balance of power across all of Middle-earth." "And when do we leave?" Bilbo asked with a resigned sigh that barely concealed his budding excitement. The wizard's eyebrows shot up in surprise, then settled into a look of wry affection. "We? This is no treasure hunt, my friend. Merely a brief reconnaissance, which will inevitably become something far more dangerous," Bilbo finished. "And you'll need someone small and quiet who can move unnoticed while you distract whatever terrible things await with your impressive wizardry." Gandalf's chuckle carried on the night breeze. "You know me too well, perhaps." "Very well, Bilbo Baggins. Pack lightly. We leave before dawn." 7 days of hard travel brought them to the hidden eastern gate of Khazad-dûr, a seamless stone facade that might have been mistaken for part of the mountain itself, if not for the faint etchings of dwarf runes that gleamed like silver thread when moonlight touched them. Gandalf traced these with his staff, murmuring words in a language so ancient it made Bilbo's ears ache. "The gates will open only at dusk and dawn, and only to those who know the words of awakening, the wizard explained. We have missed today's opportunity, so we must wait. They made camp in a sheltered hollow, concealed from any watching eyes by a stand of gnarled pines. As twilight deepened into night, Bilbo noticed an eerie blue glow emanating from cracks in the mountainside, not the wholesome blue of sky or water, but a spectral light that set his nerves on edge. Wizard light, Gandalf explained grimly when Bilbo pointed it out. But not of my making, nor of any in the White Council. This is older magic being channeled through the stellar metal. Whoever mines below has knowledge they should not possess. Who do you think it is? Bilbo whispered, drawing his elven dagger for reassurance. The blade, usually content in its sheath, seemed to hum with tension. I have suspicions, Gandalf replied. Legends speak of the Drowdark elves who fled beneath the mountains rather than face judgment for their allegiance to shadow in the Elder Days. Most believe them extinct, but the deep places of the world hide many secrets. The wizard's eyes reflected the strange blue light, making him appear momentarily otherworldly. If the Drow have indeed returned to Khazad-dûr, they come not as conquerors, but as exploiters. They would use the dwarves' abandoned works to further their own power, caring nothing for the sanctity of what they despoil. Dawn brought a thinning of shadows, and, as Gandalf had promised, the opportunity to enter the ancient kingdom. The wizard spoke the words of opening phrases that seemed to bend around Bilbo's understanding like water flowing around stone, and pressed his palm against the mountain face. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like a sigh escaping long-sealed lungs, a doorway appeared in the rock face-inot, opening outward, but dissolving inward, revealing a tunnel that plunged into darkness. Stay close, Gandalf warned, his staff now glowing with gentle white light. And if I tell you to run, do so without question. The corridors of Khazad-dûr unwound before them like the interior of some magnificent stone serpent, curving and branching in patterns that would bewilder any not born to the stone. Ancient dwarf signs marked certain junctions, which Gandalf followed with the confidence of one who had walked these paths before. You've been here, Bilbo realized aloud, before it fell. The wizard nodded without turning. Once, long ago, when the forges still burned day and night, and the songs of the delvers echoed through halls studded with gems that caught the light like frozen stars. His voice grew distant with memory. The dwarves of Khazad-dûr were master crafters beyond compare. They worked with metals no other could smelt, created alloys no other could conceive. The stellar metal what they called Ithilden was their most closely guarded secret. What happened to them? Bilbo asked, though part of him feared the answer. Before Gandalf could respond, they rounded a corner and found themselves on a balcony overlooking an immense cavern. What had once been a grand hall now served as a mining operation of terrible efficiency. Hundreds of emaciated figure-humans, dwarves, even what appeared to be elves labored at extracting glittering blue-silver ore from the walls. Overseeing them were tall, graceful figures, whose beauty would have been breathtaking if not for the cruelty etched into every line of their midnight blue faces. Drow, Gandalf whispered, pulling Bilbo into the shadows. And their slaves, mining Ithilden in quantities that could fuel magical workings on a scale not seen since the Elder Days. At the center of the operation stood a drow whose bearing marked him as leader. Unlike the others, whose hair was white as snow, his mane was raven black, adorned with circlets of the blue-silver metal. His eyes, scanning the operation with calculated satisfaction, gleamed the same unearthly hue. Malekith, Gandalf breathed, the name itself seeming to darken the air around them. Lord of the deepest dark, master of the forbidden forge. I had hoped the stories of his survival were merely legends. What's he doing with all that metal? Bilbo whispered. Creating weapons, most likely. Or worse, conduits for powers that should remain undisturbed. The wizard's grip tightened on his staff. We've seen enough for now. This requires more than just the two of us. We should return to the surface. And a bell clanged somewhere in the depths, its resonance shivering through the stone beneath their feet. The drow below stiffened, turning as one toward the balcony where Gandalf and Bilbo hid. They've sensed us, the wizard hissed. Run! They fled through corridors that now seemed malevolently designed to confuse and trap them. Twice they narrowly avoided drow search parties, their soft boots making no sound on the stone floors. Once, they were forced to hide in an alcove as a patrol of strange spider-like creatures scuttled past, their mandibles clicking in what might have been language. End. We cannot reach the east gate, Gandalf decided after their third near capture. They will have it heavily guarded now. We must go deeper, find another way. Deeper? Bilbo's voice cracked. Into the heart of their territory? Sometimes the safest path lies through the greatest danger, the wizard replied. The drow control the upper halls completely, but they may not yet have mapped all the ancient dwarf workings. There are older passages, maintenance tunnels that even most dwarves forgot. He trailed off, eyeing a section of wall that appeared no different from any other to Bilbo's eyes. With a soft word and touch of his staff, a narrow doorway revealed itself, a service passage barely wide enough for the wizard to squeeze through sideways. They followed this cramped tunnel for what felt like hours, descending steadily into the mountain's heart. The air grew warmer, tinged with the scent of metal and strange spices. Occasionally, they passed through junctions where other small tunnels branched off, some collapsed, others leading to dead-drop shafts of dizzying depth. Finally, they emerged into a vast spherical chamber, unlike anything Bilbo had ever seen. The walls were perfectly smooth, covered in dwarf runes that glowed with inner light. At the chamber's center floated what appeared to be a miniature Suna sphere of molten gold, suspended in mid-air, slowly rotating to reveal darker patterns across its surface. The Forge of Souls, Gandalf whispered, awe and dread mingling in his voice. I never thought to see it with waking eyes. What is it? Bilbo asked, unable to tear his gaze from the hovering orb. The heart of Khazad-dûr's power. It is said the dwarf fathers created it to speak with the very spirit of the mountain, to ask permission before delving deeper. Gandalf approached cautiously, his staff dimming in the presence of the greater light. But this is wrong. The forge heart should burn white, not gold. It has been corrupted. As if responding to his words, the floating sphere pulsed. Its surface rippled, and a voice emerged not from the orb itself, but seemingly from the very stone around them. It spoke in no language Bilbo recognized, yet somehow he understood the meaning. Help us. Gandalf replied in the same strange tongue, his voice taking on harmonics that made Bilbo's teeth ache. The sphere pulsed again, more urgently. Trapped, bound. The dark elves use our pain to fuel their workings. What is it saying? Bilbo whispered, though he half knew the answer. The spirits of the dwarves who died here, Gandalf replied grimly. Not all fled when calamity struck. Some remained, trying to seal away a greater darkness. They sacrificed themselves, binding their souls to the forge, heart to contain something they feared more than death. The delver in darkness stirs. The star metal weakens our bonds. If it breaks free, the sphere shuddered violently, its golden surface darkening in patches like bruises spreading across skin. The voice became a chorus of agonized whispers. Help us, wizard friend. Remember your oath. Gandalf closed his eyes, his face a mask of ancient grief. When he spoke, his voice held the weight of centuries. I remember, and I will honor it, though the cost be dear. He turned to Bilbo, his eyes reflecting the corrupted light of the forge heart. Now we know the truth. The dwarves did not simply abandon Khazad-dûr. They sacrificed themselves to contain an ancient evil, a primordial entity that had slumbered in the deep stone since before the shaping of Arda. And Malekith's mining is weakening whatever prison they created, Bilbo surmised, his heart sinking. Precisely. The stellar metal forms part of the binding. Each vein they extract weakens the seals. Gandalf's expression hardened with resolve. We cannot face this alone, but neither can we leave. If the Delver breaks free, all of Middle-earth will face a darkness not seen since the Elder Days. So what do we do? Bilbo asked, his earlier fear giving way to determination. Gandalf placed a hand on the hobbit's shoulder, a rare smile breaking through his concern. What we always do, my friend, we adapt, we persevere, and we find allies in unlikely places. He turned back to the forge heart, speaking words of power that caused the sphere to pulse with momentary brightness. The dwarf spirits are not yet lost. With their help, we might reach the slaves, foster an uprising from within, while I seek aid from without. The wizard knelt to look Bilbo directly in the eyes. This will be dangerous beyond anything you've yet faced. I would understand if you chose to. Don't be ridiculous, the hobbit interrupted with a bravery he didn't entirely feel. I'm not leaving you to face all this alone. Besides, he added with a flicker of his old humor, I've always wanted to see a proper dwarf kingdom, even one that's seen better days. As if in response to his courage, the forge heart pulsed once more, casting their shadows in sharp relief against the rune-covered walls. In those dancing shadows, Bilbo thought he glimpsed other figures-proud, bearded warriors standing shoulder to shoulder with a wizard and a hobbit, their spectral axes raised in salute. The battle for Khazad Durand, perhaps for all of Middle-earth, had begun. Story 4. The old forest whispered secrets that morning, ancient voices stirring among leaves that had remained silent for centuries. Roots that had slumbered in the dark earth for 1,000 years now twisted restlessly, while stone figures half buried in moss and time began to crack their granite skins. No mortal ear could hear the forest's awakening songa melody too old for the young races to comprehend but its dissonance. Rippled through the land like the first tremors before an earthquake. In the gentle hills of Hobbiton, far from the brooding shadows of the old forest, Gandalf the Grey paused mid-sentence, his weathered hand frozen in the act of lifting a teacup to his lips. His eyes, keen as a hawk's despite his apparent age, gazed beyond Bilbo Baggins's comfortable sitting room, beyond the rolling green hills of the Shire. Everything quite all right? The wizard's focus returned slowly, like a man waking from a vivid dream. No, he said quietly, setting down his cup with deliberate care. No, old friend, I fear it is not. He rose from the hobbit's comfortable armchair, his tall frame suddenly imposing in the low-ceilinged room. Outside, though the morning had dawned clear and bright, a shadow passed over the sun, casting Bag End into momentary twilight. Something stirs in the old forest, Gandalf murmured, more to himself than to his host. Something that should have remained dormant for an age yet. Bilbo, always quick to sense the currents of trouble, frowned. The old forest? That's not far from here. The Brandybucks say it's a queer place, with trees that whisper and move when you're not looking. They are right to be wary, Gandalf replied, his voice grave as he gathered his staff and hat. The oldest trees remember a time before the speaking peoples walked these lands. They remember, and some bear grudges long after mortal kingdoms have crumbled to dust. The wizard paused at the round green door, silhouetted against the morning light. I must go, Bilbo. The signs have been there for weeks, birds falling silent, deer fleeing westward, dreams troubled by whispers of root and branch, but I failed to heed them, lulled by the peace of the Shire. Bilbo Baggins, who had once been an adventurer of some renown despite his diminutive stature, squared his shoulders. Then I shall come with you. I've been meaning to visit my Brandybuck relatives anyway, and... No! Gandalf cut him off with unexpected sharpness, then softened his tone. No, my friend. This is an older magic than even I am entirely comfortable with. Stay here, where the land still remembers only the gentle touch of hobbit hands. Yet fate, as it often does, had other designs. For as Bilbo walked Gandalf to the garden gate, something glinted among the spring flowers, a small object half buried in the rich earth, as if it had pushed itself upward from below. The hobbit, ever curious, stooped to retrieve it. What's this? He wondered aloud, brushing soil from a small pendant of amber and silver. Within the golden stone, intricate patterns swirled like captured smoke, forming and reforming into shapes that seemed almost recognizable before dissolving again. Gandalf turned, and his breath caught. With a swiftness that belied his apparent age, he strode back and took the amulet from Bilbo's palm, holding it up to the morning light. The emblem of the first kings, he whispered, awe and dread mingling in his voice. Not seen in Middle-earth since the Elder Days, before the breaking of the world. His piercing gaze returned to Bilbo. Where did you find this? Just there, among the daffodils, Bilbo pointed. It wasn't there yesterday when I was tending the garden, I'm certain of it. Gandalf's expression darkened further. It has awakened and called to you, Bilbo Baggins. Perhaps you are meant to come after all. He sighed deeply, as if resigning himself to an unwelcome truth. Pack lightly, but pack quickly. We leave within the hour. By midday. They had left the cultivated fields of the Shire behind, and were travelling through increasingly wild country. The road narrowed to a path, then to little more than a game trail that wound between ancient oaks and silver birches. The air grew thick with the scent of moss and fungus and growing things. I've never been this deep into the old forest, Bilbo admitted, his earlier enthusiasm dampened by the oppressive silence. No birds sang here, no insects hummed. Only the soft creak of wood and rustle of leaves broke the stillness, sounds that seemed to follow rather than precede them. "Few have in recent ages," Gandalf replied, ducking beneath a low-hanging branch that seemed to reach for his hat. "The forest does not welcome visitors, and for good reason." "What reason is that?" Gandalf paused, leaning on his staff as he considered how much to reveal. "Long ago, in the first age of the world, these lands were part of a vast forest that stretched unbroken from the western sea to the mountains of morning. The trees were shepherded by beings known as the Druidsmen, and women who had learned the deep magic of root and branch, of sap and seed. As if summoned by his words, the path ahead darkened. The trees drew closer together, their branches intertwining overhead to block the afternoon sun. Gandalf's voice dropped lower, taking on the cadence of ancient lore. The Druids maintained the balance between the wild growth of the forest and the needs of the younger races. They were guardians, mediators until the Wars of Dominion, when darker powers sought to bend all growing things to their will. A twig snapped sharply in the undergrowth, making Bilbo start. Gandalf laid a reassuring hand on the hobbit's shoulder, but his eyes scanned the deepening shadows with wary vigilance. "Many druids fell defending their charges," he continued. "Others were corrupted, their powers twisted to serve shadow rather than light. In the end, only a handful remained true to their purpose. They gathered the last uncorrupted seedlings of the great guardian trees and planted them here, binding them with spells of sleep and stone to preserve them until a time when the world was safe for their awakening." Bilbo clutched the amulet, which now hung around his neck at Gandalf's insistence. "And now they're waking up? Is that a good thing?" "That depends," said a new voice, rough as bark and cold as winter sap, "on why they wake and who wakes them." From between two massive oak trunks stepped a figure barely distinguishable from the forest itself. Only his eyes remained recognizably human ancient, sorrowful eyes that fixed on Gandalf with clear recognition. "Aldrich," Gandalf acknowledged with a slight bow. "It has been a long time." "Not long enough, Greyhame," the forest man replied bitterly. "You swore the binding would hold for an age. Yet here you are, with the emblem around a halfling's neck, and stone guardians already stirring in the deep groves." Bilbo bristled at being called a halfling, but Gandalf silenced him with a gentle pressure on his shoulder. "I did not break the binding, Aldrich, nor did Bilbo here. Something else has weakened it, something powerful enough to call the emblem from wherever you hid it all those centuries ago." Aldrich's wooden features twisted into a grimace. "Follow me then. Night approaches, and you don't want to be in the pathways after dark. Not anymore." Of Saldric's dwelling was a hollow oak of impossible size, its interior surprisingly spacious and dry. Roots formed natural shelves laden with clay jars and wooden boxes. A fire burned in a stone hearth without smoke or need of ventilation. As darkness fell outside, Gandalf and Bilbo shared a simple meal of forest mushrooms and spring water with their reluctant host. "The binding began failing 3 moons ago," Aldrich explained, poking the fire with a gnarled finger that seemed impervious to flame. "First, the birds grew quiet. Then the stone sentinels, the smallest ones, mere saplings when they were petrified, began to crack their casings. Last week, I found the first fully awakened guardian. Where is it now?" Gandalf asked. Aldrich's laugh was devoid of humor. "Where do you think?" It remembered. It remembered everything. The burning of the ancient groves, the deaths of its kin, the betrayal. His eyes, reflecting firelight, fixed accusingly on Gandalf. It remembered your promise of protection, Stormcrow, and how little that promise was worth when the shadow came. Bilbo glanced between them, sensing currents of ancient history swirling beneath their exchange. "I don't understand. Gandalf, you were there? During these Wars of Dominion?" The wizard sighed deeply. "Yes, Bilbo. Long before I walked Middle-earth in this form, I witnessed the first great struggle between order and chaos, between preservation and domination. And I made promises." His voice grew distant. "Promises I could not keep. And now the bill comes due," Aldrich said grimly. "The Guardians awaken, filled with the rage of betrayal. Unless the balance is restored, they will not distinguish between friend and foe. All the younger racesmen, hobbits, even the elves will be seen as despoilers, as enemies to be driven out or destroyed." "How do we restore the balance?" Bilbo asked, clutching the amulet that seemed to grow warmer against his skin. "We must reach the heart tree," Gandalf said. the first and greatest of the guardian trees, from which all others sprang. If it still sleeps, there may be hope of renewing the binding. Aldrich's face grew darker still. And if it has already awakened? Then, Gandalf replied solemnly, we must reason with it if we can, or face the consequences of ancient failures. Bucks. They set out at first light, travelling deeper into the forest than Bilbo had imagined possible. Here, the trees were titans, their massive trunks wider than hobbit smiles, their canopies so high and thick that the forest floor existed in perpetual twilight. Occasionally, they passed stone figures, some small as children, others tall as trollsmany, showing cracks from which green shoots emerged. The stone guardians, Aldrich explained grimly, of tree shepherds caught between flesh and root, bound in stone sleep for their own protection, the most ancient and powerful of their kind. By midday, they reached a cathedral-like clearing where shafts of emerald-tinted light pierced the canopy to illuminate a single tree at the center. Unlike the others, this one seemed both ancient and young simultaneously, its trunk massive and gnarled with age, yet its leaves as fresh as spring growth, shimmering with an inner light. The heart tree, Gandalf breathed, approaching with reverence, still sleeping, though restlessly. At the tree's base, partially embedded in its roots, stood a stone throne. Upon it sat a figure of a woman, carved with such skill that she seemed merely asleep, rather than hewn from granite. Cracks webbed her surface, and a single living branch had emerged from her shoulder, bearing 7 silver leaves. The first druid, Aldrich explained, dropping to one knee before the throne. She who taught us all the language of leaf and root, who led the binding when the shadow first corrupted the deep woods. Gandalf approached the throne slowly, his staff glowing with a soft blue light. The binding spell requires renewal, he murmured, tracing ancient symbols in the air. But to renew it properly would require... Blood of the binder, Aldrich interrupted. Freely given, with true intent. But you're here, Bilbo said, confused. You were one of the binders, weren't you? A heavy silence fell. Aldrich's bark-like features twisted in what might have been shame. I was no binder, he finally admitted. I was the cause. The corruption began with me, with my pride, my desire for power over life itself. He gestured to the stone woman. She was my teacher, my beloved. When she discovered my dealings with the shadow, she led the other druids against me. The binding spell was created to contain not just the corrupted trees, but me. His eyes, ancient and sorrowful, turned to Gandalf. He knows this. He has always known. Gandalf nodded solemnly. I was sent to witness the binding, to ensure it held. Aldrich's punishment was to remain neither mortal nor immortal, to watch over what he had nearly destroyed until the day of reckoning came. And now it has come, Aldrich said, straightening to his full height. I am ready to pay my debt, my blood, my life force, to renew the binding. But before he could approach the throne, the amulet around Bilbo's neck blazed with golden light. The hobbit gasped, clutching it as warmth spread through his chest, and visions filled his mind not of past betrayals, but of ancient forests teeming with life, of harmony between all growing things and those who walked beneath the trees. Wait, Bilbo cried out, his voice somehow deeper, resonating with power beyond his small frame. The amulet floated upward, pulling him toward the heart tree. There is another way. The heart tree's branches swayed, though no wind blew. A sound like distant singing filled the clearing, and Gandalf's eyes widened in recognition. The tree speaks, he whispered. It speaks through Bilbo. The hobbit stood transfixed, the amulet pulsing in rhythm with lights that now appeared within the heart tree's trunk. Not binding, Bilbo said, his voice overlaid with a softer, feminine tone. Healing. The time for sleep and stone is ending. The world has changed. The forest must change with it, or perish in its rigidity. Gandalf stepped forward. What must be done? Through Bilbo, the tree answered, a sacrifice is required, not of blood, but of power. The power of immortality, surrendered willingly to renew rather than constrain. All eyes turned to Gandalf, who stood very still, his face unreadable beneath his beard and the shadow of his hat. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, the wizard was silent, weighing choices that spanned ages beyond mortal comprehension. Then he smiled, smile of profound peace, and thrust his staff into the earth before the heart tree. I am Gandalf, he declared, his voice resonating with power that made the very air shimmer. Called Mithrandir, Greyhame, Stormcrow. I am guardian of Middle-earth, walker between worlds, servant of the secret fire. His form seemed to grow, radiating light that cast no shadow. I offer freely a portion of my essence, my immortal flame, to heal what was broken and renew what was bound. Blue-white light streamed from the wizard into the heart tree, which blossomed with flowers of impossible beauty blooms that had not been seen in Middle-earth since before the rising of the sun and moon. The stone throne cracked completely, releasing the woman within, who took form not of flesh, but of living wood and light. She reached out, touching Aldrich's face with tenderness that belied the centuries of his penance. "You are forgiven," she said in a voice like wind through summer leaves. "Your watch is ended." The forest man fell to his knees, tears cutting channels through his bark-like skin. "I don't deserve. Forgiveness is never deserved," she replied. "It is given." She turned to Gandalf, who had fallen to one knee, his light dimmed though not extinguished. "And you, Ancient One, your sacrifice is accepted. A portion of your immortal flame now lives within the forest, binding it not in sleep, but in harmony with the changing world." "Will the Guardians still awaken?" Bilbo asked, himself again as the amulet's light faded. "Yes," she replied with a smile like sunshine through leaves. "But they will awaken to renewal, not revenge. They will remember the past, but not be bound by it." Her form began to fade, merging with the light that now suffused the clearing. As should we all. Some days later, as Gandalf and Bilbo emerged from the forest edge back into the rolling hills of the Shire, the hobbit finally asked the question that had been weighing on his mind. "What did you give up, Gandalf? When you offered a portion of your immortal flame?" The wizard leaned on his staff, noticeably more than before, and gazed back at the forest, where new growth was visible even from a distance. Fresh green splashes among the ancient darkness. "Nothing that cannot be regrown in time," he said enigmatically. "A wizard's power comes from many sources, Bilbo. Some can be replenished more easily than others." "Will you be all right?" Gandalf's smile held both weariness and contentment. "I will be different. And sometimes, old friend, different is precisely what is needed." As they walked on toward Bag End, neither noticed the small green shoot that sprouted from the wizard's staff, nor the trail of wildflowers that bloomed in their footsteps across the Shire's peaceful hills. Story 5. The mist came at dawn, silent as a thief, crawling over the emerald hills of Green Valley like ghostly fingers. Unlike the gentle morning fogs that sometimes blanketed the meadows with pearly light, this mist devoured colours, sounds, and joy, leaving only darkness in its wake. It was unnatural a writhing, sentient shroud that whispered ancient sorrows to those it touched. By the third day, not a single bird sang in Green Valley, and those who ventured into the mist returned with vacant eyes, their minds trapped in endless nightmares, even while awake. Gandalf the Grey stood atop Weatherhill, his weathered face grim beneath the wide brim of his hat. The valley below had once been a tapestry of wildflowers and golden wheat fields, with the cheerful smoke of hearth fires rising from stone cottages. Now it resembled a cauldron of darkness, the mist churning in slow, deliberate patterns that Gandalf recognized with growing dread. "It cannot be," he murmured, gripping his staff tighter. The twisted runes that pulsed within the mist were unmistakable a binding spell of the ancient world, one that should have been lost to the ages, one that he himself had helped weave. The wind carried a familiar scent of pipeweed, and Gandalf turned to find Bilbo Baggins huffing up the hill path, his round face flushed with exertion. "Gandalf! There you are!" the hobbit exclaimed. "I've been looking everywhere. You disappeared from breakfast without a word, and half the Shire is talking about this dreadful fog." Bilbo waved his hand toward the valley. "Farmer Maggot says his dogs won't go near it, and young Peregrine Took wandered in yesterday morning. When they pulled him out, he was screaming about shadows with teeth." "This is no natural fog, Bilbo," Gandalf replied, his voice heavy with centuries of knowledge. "It is a dusk binding, a spell from the elder days when the boundaries between worlds were thinner. It feeds on dreams and memories, growing stronger with each mind it ensnares." Bilbo's eyes widened. "Can you dispel it? Surely a wizard of your power." "No," Gandalf cut him off. "Not alone. This magic predates the Astari themselves. I came to Middle-earth long after such spells were forbidden." The lie tasted bitter on his tongue. but some truths were too dangerous to share, even with friends. There is only one thing that can pierce such darkness, the flame of Elendil, kept in the ancient sanctuary beyond the Shadow Mountains. The wizard's eyes narrowed as he studied the pattern of the mist's expansion. If the binding continues to spread at this rate, it will reach Hobbiton within a fortnight, and then Bree, and then beyond. Bilbo's face paled. What can be done? I must retrieve the flame, Gandalf said, already turning to gather his meager belongings. Stay in the Shire, Bilbo. Warn your kin to keep their distance from the mist. Dreams are powerful things, and this spell uses them as both sustenance and weapon. And you'll go alone? Bilbo asked. Through the Shadow Mountains? Even you speak of that place with caution, Gandalf. The wizard's lips curved into a grim smile. I do not intend to travel alone. There is one who may help me, though the alliance brings me no pleasure. The tower of Ravenspire rose from the misty foothills like a jagged tooth, black stone gleaming wetly in the pale moonlight. No banner flew from its battlements, no guard challenged Gandalf's approach. Only ravens circled its crown, their harsh calls echoing in the still night air. Gandalf rapped his staff 3 times against the iron-bound door. The sound resonated with unnatural depth, and the wizard felt ancient wards prickle against his skin, tasting his magic, measuring his intent. The door swung open silently, revealing a woman silhouetted against flickering torchlight. She was tall and regal, with midnight hair streaked with silver and eyes the color of storm clouds. Her face might have been beautiful once, before bitterness carved its lines into her skin. Mithrandir, she said, her voice carrying the accent of lands long submerged beneath the sea. How desperate you must be to seek aid from the Witch of Ravenspire. Morwen, Gandalf acknowledged with a slight bow. Or do you still prefer Lady Morwen of the House of Twilight, last daughter of Númenor? A shadow of pain crossed her face. That woman died centuries ago, when the White Council pronounced her corrupted and cast her out. I am merely Morwen now, though your kind spread tales that I serve the Dark Lord. And do you? Gandalf asked bluntly. Morwen laughed, a sound like breaking glass. I serve no one but myself. Come in, Grey Pilgrim, and tell me what brings you to my door after 300 years of silence. Inside, the tower was a scholar's dream walls, lined with ancient tomes. Tables crowded with artifacts and instruments of celestial calculation. Maps covered in annotations were pinned to wooden frames, and glass vessels bubbled with concoctions of every hue. Not the lair of a servant of darkness, but the workshop of a dedicated seeker of knowledge. Gandalf explained the situation in Green Valley, watching Morwen's expression shift from curiosity to understanding to alarm. A dusk binding? She whispered. That is old magic, Mithrandir. Elder magic. Who would dare? Someone who remembers the old ways, Gandalf said carefully. Someone with access to forbidden knowledge. Morwen's sharp eyes narrowed. You know more than you're saying, Gandalf sighed, suddenly feeling the weight of his many centuries. The pattern in the mist. I recognized it. I helped create that spell, Morwen, in another age, before I took this form. It was meant to contain a great evil, not to be unleashed upon innocent villagers. So, the self-righteous Gandalf has secrets of his own, Morwen said, though without malice. And now, you seek the flame of Elendil to undo your ancient handiwork. But why come to me? Because the path to the sanctuary is hidden to most eyes. Because you were there when the flame was kindled. And because, Gandalf met her gaze steadily, you were once the keeper of its secret. Silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken history. I will help you, Morwen finally said. Not for you, and not for the council that branded me traitor, but for the innocents in Green Valley, and because I would know who has stolen my spell. The journey through the Shadow Mountains was perilous, even for a wizard and a sorceress of great power. Narrow paths wound between jagged peaks where rock eagles built nests of stolen armor. Chasms exhaled vapors that caused waking hallucinations. Ancient trees with eyes in their bark tracked their passage with silent malevolence. Yet it was the silence between the travelers that weighed heaviest. 3 centuries of estrangement had left wounds that neither was willing to reopen. Instead, they spoke of the practical, the growing strength of the mist, the forgotten paths through the mountains, the properties of the flame they sought. On the 3rd night, as they camped in the shelter of a crystalline outcropping that sang softly in the wind, Morwen finally broached the subject they had both avoided. "You never came back," she said simply, staring into the small blue flames of their smokeless fire. After the council's judgment, not even to say farewell. Gandalf tamped down his pipe, measuring his words. "I was a coward," he admitted. "I feared that if I saw you, I would choose you over my duty. And I could not do that. Not even for love," Morwen finished, her voice devoid of emotion. "You chose duty. I chose knowledge. Perhaps we are both paying the price for our choices now." Gandalf had no answer for that. The sanctuary of the flame lay hidden in a valley, untouched by the seasons, where summer bloomed eternal beneath crystal skies. Once, it had been tended by an order of mystics devoted to preserving the light of the two trees. Now, only crumbling marble columns remained, embraced by flowering vines with blossoms that glowed softly in the twilight. At the center stood an altar of white stone, immaculate despite the centuries. Upon it burned a flame no taller than a finger's length, not red or orange as normal fire, but silver blue, like starlight made tangible. "The flame endures," Morwen whispered, reverence momentarily overcoming her bitterness. "All these years, with no one to tend it. Some lights cannot be extinguished," Gandalf said, approaching the altar. "Not by neglect, nor by malice." As they prepared the ritual to transfer a portion of the flame to a crystal lantern they had brought, a voice spoke from the shadows behind the columns. "I was wondering when you would come, old friend." Both Gandalf and Morwen whirled, power gathering at their fingertips. From the shadow of a great oak stepped a figure in flowing robes of midnight blue, his ageless face framed by silver hair that seemed to capture and reflect the starlight. "Palando," Gandalf breathed, recognizing one of his own Ordera blue wizards sent to the east so long ago that many believed him lost. "You are behind the mist?" Palando smiled sadly. "Not behind it, Gandalf. Containing it. Or trying to. The dusk binding was my last resort when I felt it awakening." "What was awakening?" Morwen demanded. "The sleeper beneath Green Valley," Palando replied. "The one we three bound there in the days before days. Before the Istari. Before Numenor's fall. Have you truly forgotten, Morwen? Gandalf?" And suddenly, Gandalf remembered. Not as Gandalf the Grey, but as a Loren of the Maiar. He remembered three young powers joining their strength to imprison a fragment of Morgoth's will that had taken physical form. He remembered the binding spell they had created, and the sacred flame they had kindled as a key to unlock it, should the need ever arise. "The binding is failing," Palando continued. "The sleeper stirs. I did not create the mist, Gandalf. I merely reinforced what was already there when I felt the ancient evil pushing against its bonds. But my strength alone was not enough." Gandalf felt the weight of ages settling on his shoulders. "So the mist that traps the villagers in nightmares is better than what would happen should the sleeper awaken fully," Palando confirmed grimly. "I could not evacuate the valley in time. The binding was crumbling too quickly." "Then we renew the binding," Morwen said firmly. "The three who cast it, together again." Gandalf looked at his two companion-sown he had loved and abandoned. One he had thought lost to the world. Three different paths, converging again after uncounted years. "Not bind," he said slowly. "Release. Have you lost your mind?" Morwen hissed. "You would unleash an ancient horror." "No ancient evil can stand against what we have become," Gandalf replied. "We bound it when we were young, untested. Now, you are a sorceress without equal. Palando has walked the distant east and learned secrets unknown in the west. And I," he straightened, and for a moment, the humble grey wizard seemed to shine with inner light. "I have faced a Balrog of Morgoth and returned from beyond the circles of the world." Understanding dawned in Palando's eyes. "Not containment, confrontation, and final banishment," Gandalf nodded. "With the flame of Elendil to light our way." 3 days later, as dawn broke over Green Valley, 3 figures stood at its edge, their hands linked, voices raised in a language older than the land itself. Between them hovered a crystal lantern containing a silver-blue flame that pulsed in rhythm with their chanting. The mist recoiled from their advance, churning violently as if in pain. The trio walked steadily forward, step by step, the flame growing brighter with each word of power. Where they passed, the mist evaporated, revealing glimpses of green meadows and villages collapsed in deep, healing sleep. At the center of the valley, where the mist was thickest, the ground began to crack. Something massive shifted beneath the earth, something that had once been beautiful before hatred corrupted it. Something that had slumbered in darkness for age upon age, dreaming dreams that poisoned the minds of those above. As it rosy, a writhing amalgamation of shadow and ancient flesh, Gandalf lifted the lantern high. "We remember you," he declared, his voice no longer that of the Grey Pilgrim, but of Olorin the Maiar. "We know your name and your nature, and we decree your time in Middle-earth is ended." The flame of Elendil blazed forth, no longer contained by the lantern but expanding to engulf the three figures in radiance that was painful to behold. The light pierced the rising darkness, not merely pushing it back but transforming it, unmaking what should never have been made. A scream tore through the Valea sound of such primal rage and anguish that the very mountains shuddered. Then, silence. When vision returned to those who had witnessed the confrontation, the mist was gone. The entity was gone. All that remained were three figures standing in a perfect circle of renewed grass, where wildflowers were already beginning to bloom. Gandalf the Grey looked to his companions Morwen of Ravenspire and Palando the Blue-Hand for the first time in centuries. He felt the burden of his long memory ease. "It is finished," he said simply, "at long last. But in matters of ancient magic and older friendships, few things are ever truly finished." As the villagers of Green Valley awakened from their nightmare-laden sleep, three immortals began the slow process of reconciliation, walking together beneath skies that seemed somehow brighter than before. And if Bilbo Baggins, watching from Weatherhill with wide, curious eyes, later noticed a certain wizard seemed both more sorrowful and more content upon his return to Bag End, he was wise enough not to press for explanations that spanned ages beyond his comprehension. Some stories, after all, belong to older and deeper worlds than even the most adventurous hobbits can imagine.